Ram, 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 Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Hare. Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare 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 Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Hare Krishna Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Hare Krishna Ram. Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare 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 Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Om Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Ram. Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Om Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Oh, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram
Radhe Radhe. Radhe Radhe. No. Radhe Radhe.
Is it connected? See? Yeah, it's connected. I'll ask Ishwari Kumar. They sing in the evening every day. Ishwari Kumar, is it working or not?
Haribol.
Wireless going for that. Should switch on. No, that is the inside puja. Now it is working. Now it's working, right? Okay. Okay.
Haribol. Haribol. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशधारिणे शिव जय जय गोरा जादे आरती को शोभा জানবী তত বনে জগমন লোভা জানবী তত বনে জগমন লোভা শিবা দক্ষিণ নিতাই চাঁদ বামে গদা ধর শিবা দক্ষিণে নিতাই চাঁদ বামে গদা ধর নিকটে আদ্বৈত শ্রীনি বাস ছত্র ধারা নিকটে আদ্বৈত শ্রীনি বাস ছত্র ধারা কিবা বসি আছে গোরা চা রত্ন সিংহাসনে বাবসি আছে গোরা চা রত্ন সিংহাসনে আরতি করেন গো ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগণে আরতি করেন গো ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগণে কি বানর হরি আদি করি চামড়া দুলায় কি বানর হরি আদি করি চামড়া দুলায় সঞ্জয়া মুকুন্দ বাসু ঘোষাদি গায় সঞ্জয়া মুকুন্দ বাসু ঘোষাদি গায় শিবা শঙ্খ ও বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল শিবা শঙ্খ ও বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে বাজে করো তালো মাধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরম রসল মাধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরম রসল শঙ্খ বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে মাধুর 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 বাজে মাধুর 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 বাজে নিতাই গৌরা হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই জয় গৌরা হরি বল। কিবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্র দিনে বদন উজাল, কিবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্র যিনি বদন উজাল, গলা দেশে বনমালা কার ঝলমাল, গলা দেশে বনমালা কার ঝলমাল, শিবা শিবা শুক নারদ প্রেমে গদ গাদ, শিবা শিবা শুকানা রদ প্রেমে গদ গাদ, ভক্তি বিনোদা দেখেন গোড়ারা সম্পাদ, ভক্তি বিনোদা দেখেন গোড়ারা সম্পাদ, জয় শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ, শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌর ভক্তবৃন্দ, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandji Radha, Kala Chandji Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Sri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. जय जय श्री राधा काला चांद जी की जय, श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की जय, गंगा माई की जय, जमुना माई की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, मथुरा धाम की जय, मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय, जगन्नाथ नीलाचल धाम की जय. All glories to the assembled devotees Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Nasima Parato Nasima. Yato Yato Yamitato Nasima. Bahir Nasima Idair Nasima. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamalavare Nakamadruta Shinga Lalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupam Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Keshavadita Narahari Rupam Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Narasimhadev, 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 Jaya Narasimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Welcome to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji Temple. This is our evening program. We just had the evening arti that started from 6:30 and just ended. Now, the next 1 hour, they close the altar because Krishna is changing his clothes to his night clothes. And during that time, we have a discussion on the Bhagavad Gita. So we've been discussing the Bhagavad Gita verse by verse for about 4.5 months now. And we're going to start chapter 4 now, 4 today. So we'll discuss that a little bit, and then the altar will open at 8 p.m. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramhamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we are on Bhagavad Gita. We're reading from Bhagavad Gita as it is, chapter 4, titled Transcendental Knowledge. We are on text 1 today. So usually how we do this is read the verse. I'll read the word for word translation for the verse. Then there is the translation of the entire verse. There's a purport written by Srila Prabhupada on the verse. This one is a big purport. And then we'll discuss a little bit on the verse. So before we do that, I want to get a grasp of how many of us have read the Gita, know about the Gita. Okay, we've read till chapter 3, something like that. Okay, so just give a brief recap, right? So far we've read 3 chapters, and Bhagavad Gita starts where it's also pertinent to where the verse that we are going to read today. Where is the Bhagavad Gita happening? Anybody? Kurukshetra, right? It's a conversation that's happening between Krishna and Arjuna, and they're waiting for this big war to happen. And then just when the war is about to begin, Arjuna is asking Krishna to take his chariot in the middle of the battlefield to see who's there in the battlefield. Actually, Arjuna has a few doubts on why he has to actually fight the battle. He doesn't want to really fight the battle. and he's giving so many arguments to Krishna on why he should not fight the battle. That's what is chapter 1. Very good reasons on why he says he should not fight the battle. And then, even though he gives so many reasons, Arjuna himself is not very satisfied by his own reasons. He still says, I'm really confused, Krishna. So you please tell me what I should do for sure. This is the beginning of the second chapter. So Arjuna actually accepts Krishna as his teacher and surrenders to him, and then says, Krishna, you tell me for sure what I should do, because although I've given you so many reasons on why I should not fight the battle, I'm still very confused about it. So then Krishna starts speaking from the second chapter. Second chapter is the summary of the entire Bhagavad Gita. So it's the chapter of the title of the chapter is called Contents of the Gita Summarized. Right? So Krishna gives high-level overview of what he's going to speak about throughout the Gita. And then in the third chapter, Krishna is specifically dealing with karma. The third chapter is called Karma Yoga. Karma means action, right? How should we perform action in this world? That's Krishna's main topic in the third chapter. It starts from Arjuna's question, of course, on how we should act in this world. That's Arjuna's question. That begins chapter 3. And then Krishna gives a complete, detailed explanation of how we should act in this world. That's chapter 3. And then in the end of chapter 3, Krishna says we have to use our intelligence and knowledge to decide how we have to act in this world. Because Krishna says so many things in the third chapter, but Arjuna has a very pertinent question. Krishna, I know everything, right? I know whatever you're saying, but somehow I'm impelled to do the things that I don't want to do. How many of us have had this experience, right? I really know I should not do this. I should not really eat sweets at night. It's going to keep me awake. But somehow I'm impelled to eat it, right? So why is this happening? So we have in this box, right? Cigarette smoking is injurious to health. So many people know it. What is causing us to still smoke cigarettes? This is Arjuna's question. Krishna, I agree to whatever you're saying, but somehow I'm not able to stop doing what I should not do. And then Krishna says it is because of lust only that causes us to act in these ways. And in this chapter, Krishna gives us the knowledge by which we can actually conquer lust. This is why it's called transcendental knowledge, or Jnana Yoga. That's the title of this chapter. So we'll see what Krishna says about it. So throughout this chapter, Krishna will talk about how this knowledge is passed through generations, who is the source of this knowledge, and who can teach this knowledge and who can receive this knowledge. These are the 4 parts of knowledge, right? Any knowledge that we want to acquire. Who is the source, how the knowledge is being passed, who can teach this knowledge, and who can receive this knowledge. So Krishna is going to cover all aspects of that in this chapter. So we'll begin with text 1 now. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Imam Vivashvate Yogam Proktavan Ahamavyayam Vivashvan Manave Praha Manur Ikshva Kave Bravit. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. This is the word-for-word translation for the Sanskrit verse that we read. Shri Bhagavanu Vacha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Imam, this, Vivashvate, unto the Sun God, Yogam, the science of one's relationship to the Supreme, Proktavan, instructed, Aham, I, Avyayam, imperishable, Vivasvan, the Sun God's name, Manave, unto the father of mankind, of the name Vaivashvata. Praha, told, Manuhu, the father of mankind. Ikshvakave, unto King Ikshvaku. Abhravit, said. Translation. The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivashvan, and Vivashvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu, in turn, instructed it to Ikshvaku. Please repeat. The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind. And Manu, in turn, instructed it to Ikshvaku. This purport is 2 pages long, a little bit more than that. So what we'll do is we'll read sections and then we'll discuss a little bit about that, about the section. So this is the purport by Srila Prabhupada. Herein we find the history of the Bhagavad Gita traced from a remote time when it was delivered to the royal order of all planets, beginning from the sun planet. The kings of all planets are especially meant for the protection of the inhabitants, and therefore the royal order should understand the science of Bhagavad Gita in order to be able to rule the citizens and protect them from material bondage to lust. Human life is meant for cultivation of spiritual knowledge in eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And the executive heads of all states and all planets are obliged to impart this lesson to the citizens by education, culture, and devotion. In other words, the executive heads of all states are intended to spread the science of Krishna consciousness so that the people may take advantage of this great science and pursue a successful path utilizing the opportunity of the human form of life. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuronmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. So here Krishna is telling us the history of how Bhagavad Gita was spoken. Right? How many of us think, when was Bhagavad Gita spoken? 5,000 years ago at least. That we know, right? Krishna was personally present in this planet 5,000 years ago during the battle of Kurukshetra. And then Krishna spoke this science, Bhagavad Gita, right? But Krishna here is saying that was not the first time he actually spoke the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna says, Imam vivashvate yogam proktavana hamabhyayam. That Krishna first instructed this imperishable science, Krishna says, which is another thing that we'll discuss, to the sun god Vivashwan. So there's so many things in this verse to discuss, but we'll see how much we can cover. So this is sun god Vivashwan, right? So all of us think there is, you can just put it there if you're leaving. Thank you. Now I can speak. So we think that everything is happening automatically. Right? The winds are blowing fine, the sun is shining fine. But we have to understand that behind every phenomenon, there is actually a personality who is controlling that phenomenon. Because in our experience at least, there is nothing that happens by chance. Right? But instead, we try to extrapolate that nature somehow is functioning on its own. So here at least we understand that in the sun planet, there is the sun god, Vivashwan, who is the head of the sun planet. And then Krishna first instructed this science to Vivashwan. And then Vivashwan in turn instructed this to Manu. And here he says the father of mankind, right? The word man itself comes from Manu, Manushya. All these various different variations of the same word that we have in several languages comes from the word Manu. Because from Manu is where the mankind actually descends. So the procreation happens from Manu. And here especially, Krishna is speaking about the first Manu, the first father of all men is Vivashwan, Vaivashvata Manu, sorry. And then Vaivashvata Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. And then from Ikshvaku it's been coming down. So Ikshvaku is the king in the lineage of Lord Ramachandra. So Lord Ramachandra comes under the lineage of Ikshvaku, the king who ruled the entire earth, right? We see this in all the three names that Krishna is mentioning, that they're all rulers, right? They're not, what to speak, usually traditionally, who teaches? If you go to a school, there is a teacher who teaches, right? It's not the head of a state who actually teaches. But Prabhupada is stressing in this first paragraph how important that it is for the head of the states or the kings to actually know this knowledge. If the head of the states don't know this knowledge, then we actually know what happens. It's exactly what happens during the times that we live in. It's all so much chaos and problems and miseries that happen as a result of it. Because we try to do things out of our own concoction. That becomes very problematic. But the kings and the rulers of previous ages were not like that. Krishna will say in the next verse that they were Raja Rishis. Although they were kings, they were as good as rishis. They were very, very knowledgeable in how to rule and how to guide the subjects of the kingdom. So in this way, the knowledge is being passing through. So Vivashwan, and Vivashwan to Manu, and then Manu to Ikshvaku, and then so on. So we'll continue with the next paragraph. In this millennium, the sun god is known as Vivashwan, the king of the sun, which is the origin of all planets within the solar system. In the Brahma Samhita, it is stated, Yachakshuresha savita sakala grahanam raja samasta suramurti rashesha teja yasyajnaya brahmati sambrita kala chakro govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. Let me worship, Lord Brahma said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, who is the original person under whose order the sun, which is the king of all planets, is assuming immense power and heat. The sun represents the eye of the Lord and traverses its orbit in obedience to his order. So here now we also see the relationship between sun god and Krishna. Right? The sun is considered the king of all planets because without the sun, none of us can exist. They say, right, if the sun is destroyed, the entire life on all earth here, as we know at least life here, will not exist in what, 3 minutes or 6 minutes or something like that. That's all it takes. If the sun doesn't exist, nothing will happen in this world. And we depend on the sun for so many different things, practically. Metaphorically also, right? So the nature of this material world is ignorance. Ignorance means darkness. We need something external in this material world to actually give us light. Whereas it is the opposite in the spiritual world. It's always lit up, Krishna says. But in this material world, we need an external feature that actually gives us light, which is the sun. And by light, life itself, right? Without sun, the life itself cannot happen in this world. But here, this verse says, the sun is like the eye of Krishna. Is considered one of the eyes of Krishna. And it is under Krishna's order that the sun is revolving continuously. Right? We never doubt whether the sun will rise in the morning. And that is happening as a result of the obedience of the sun god to Krishna. So it's again, nothing is independently happening in this world, right? We might think, oh, this is a natural phenomenon that can happen. This is because of our ignorance. We think we have figured everything out, right? So for example, there is a ant nest, that's ant hill that's there. And then suddenly there is a flooding in the ant hill. and then the ants figure out, and then they send the children first out, the women first out, then they try to stop how the flooding happens and all that, and then somehow they've averted it. And then again it happens, and then again it happens. But what they don't know is there is somebody who has a hose at 6 p.m. every day who's trying to water the plants, and the ant hill is next to the water, it's next to where the hose is watering, and then the hose is connected to an entire system where there is a pipe, and then that's connected to a reservoir, and so many different mechanics are happening as a result of water coming and flooding, right? So we can figure out, hey, there is this El Nino, all these weather patterns that we can figure out and say, oh, at every 6 p.m., we're going to get some flooding. We have to prepare for it. But we have no idea why it's happening, like the ants in the ant hill, right? So this is the problem, and this is what Krishna is trying to solve here. He's trying to give us this knowledge on why it is actually happening. And there are actually personalities who are actually controlling various aspects of this material world. And one such personality here is the sun god, who is the king of all planets. And Krishna first gives the knowledge to the sun god. Okay, let's continue. The sun is the king of all planets, and the sun god at present of the name is Vivashwan. So that also we can see that the sun god also has different names depending on different times, right? So at the present moment, the sun god is called Vivashwan. Rules the sun planet, which is controlling all other planets by supplying heat and light. He is rotating under the order of Krishna, and Lord Krishna originally made Vivashwan his first disciple to understand the science of Bhagavad Gita. The Gita is not, therefore, a speculative treatise for the insignificant mundane scholar, but is a standard book of knowledge coming down from time immemorial. This is another thing that Krishna specifies in these words also. He is giving a very specific adjective to the knowledge that he is giving, right? Avyayam. Avyayam means imperishable. This knowledge that Krishna is giving to Vivashwan is not something that's temporary. That is why Gita is still relevant now. This is the nature of transcendental knowledge. Any knowledge that we have in this material world is not imperishable, or it is subjected to continuous change, right? I usually like this example very much. So the American Constitution has this line: all men and women are created equal. Right? It was written in 1773, Declaration of Independence, when America got its freedom. But at that time, were all men and women created equal? No, because who could vote? Not just men, not just white men. White men who owned land. Only white men who owned land could vote. Right? But then it changed. Right? Later, okay, all men could vote, but women could not vote. And then finally it changed. Okay, women could vote, but not the blacks could not vote. Finally changed. Like anything you take in this material world, it's subjected to change, continuous change, because of some fundamental problems with us gaining knowledge. This is the problem. So when we go and seek knowledge, where do we go and seek knowledge? Any guesses? If you want to know about anything, where do you go? You go to school, okay. Where else? Internet, yeah. Internet is the supreme acharya now. You get everything from the internet, okay. Fundamentally, we gain knowledge in 3 different ways, right? It's called pratyaksha, anumana, and shabda. So one is we try to actually gain knowledge through our senses, which is okay in the basic sense of gaining knowledge. It's fine, but it's problematic to just rely on gaining knowledge through our senses. Why is that problematic? Senses are imperfect in what sense? Correct. So it's limited in the sense, right? Our sense capabilities are limited. There are only certain things that we can actually perceive through our senses. And like you said, it's imperfect also, because without this I cannot see properly. Even though I have, and the problem is it's also relative. what I perceive and what you perceive might be different, right? This is the problem with just depending on sense perception. It's limited, it's imperfect, and it's problematic. And a little bit better than that is anumana, which means we are using the capacity to deduce things, right? So the table is this big, the chair is this big, and then I go out and see, and then the sun is only this big. So I can deduce that, oh, the sun is smaller than the table. Is that a fact? No, that's where I give my deduction, right? Okay, I know that as things go further and further away, they appear smaller and smaller. I can do some basic calculations on how big the sun can actually be. Right? This is a deduction, but it is still problematic. Why? Why is deduction still problematic? Because it's still based on sense perception, right? We're deducing things, but the fundamental basis of our deduction is still our basic perception using our senses, which we discussed is limited, is imperfect, and whatnot. And it's so imperfect that you have so many of these optical illusions and whatnot, right? There is a famous experiment that the scientists conducted. So there were 10 people, and 9 of them were actors. They brought just this one person who would come in this group of 10 people, and then they would draw 2 lines. One line was like definitely bigger than the other line, right? One was really short, the other line that they drew was really bigger than the shorter line. And then they asked the first person, who is not the actor, to go and say, oh, this is the shorter one, right? This is very obvious to see. And then they call in these 9 actors who say the other line is the shorter one, which is very obviously bigger, because they're actors, that's what they're going to say. By the end of it, this person who is not the actor is so convinced that he is wrong, that the other line is really the longer line is actually the shorter line, is his belief. And then these people have to tell them that no, these are real, they are actors. We've asked them to tell that this is the shorter line, but he still won't believe it. So this is the problem with our just sense perception. And then anumana is a little bit better, deduction, but still it's problematic because it is still based out of sense perception. And the third way of knowing is through shabda, which is what you were saying. We go to schools where knowledge is actually revealed to us from somebody who actually knows this knowledge. Right? That is the perfect way of actually knowing things. Just like how Krishna does it here, right? This could again be problematic based on who the knowledge is revealed from, right? They also have the same basic problems that we all discussed about. But if we trace back to this, who is his teacher, to who is his teacher, to who is his teacher, we should arrive at a point where this knowledge is perfect. That is coming here from Krishna, right? That's what Krishna says, is that this knowledge is imperishable because Krishna is imperishable. Krishna is called Aja. No. What is that for infallible? What's the word? Achyuta. He never falls down, right? So Krishna is infallible. So therefore the knowledge that comes from Krishna is also infallible. And as long as that knowledge is presented as it is, then that knowledge is also infallible. Although we might have so many of these problems that arise out of our senses and whatnot, right? So this is the way in which Krishna is recommending that we gain knowledge through this disciplic succession that Krishna is talking about, right? Okay, we'll continue. In the Mahabharata, Shanti Parva 348, 51, 52, we can trace out the history of Gita as follows. Treta yugadau chatatau vivashvan manave dadau manushchaloka bhrityartam sutta yakshvakave dadau ikshvakuna chakkantito vyapya lokanavastita. In the beginning of the millennium, known as Treta Yuga, this science of the relationship with the Supreme was delivered by Vivashvan to Manu. Manu, being the father of the mankind, gave it to his son Maharaj Ikshvaku, the king of this earth planet and forefather of the Raghu dynasty, in which Lord Ramachandra appeared. Therefore, Bhagavad Gita existed in human society from the time of Maharaj Ikshvaku. At the present moment, we have just passed through 5,000 years of the Kali Yuga, which lasts 432,000 years. Before this, there was Dwapara Yuga, which was 800,000 years. And before that, there was Treta Yuga, 1,200,000 years. Thus, some 2,005,000 years ago, Manu spoke the Bhagavad Gita to his disciple and son Maharaj Ikshvaku, the king of this planet Earth. The age of the current Manu is calculated to last some 305,300,000 years, of which 120,400,000 years have passed. Accepting that before the birth of Manu, the Gita was spoken by the Lord to his disciple, the sun god Vivashwan, a rough estimate that the Gita was spoken at least 120,400,000 years ago. And in human society, it has been existent for 2 million years. It was re-spoken by the Lord again to Arjuna about 5,000 years ago. That is the rough estimate of the history of the Gita according to the Gita itself and according to the version of the speaker, Lord Sri Krishna. It was spoken to the sun god Vivashwan because he is also a Kshatriya and is the father of all Kshatriyas, who are descendants of the sun god or the Surya Vamsha Kshatriyas. Because Bhagavad Gita is as good as the Vedas being spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this knowledge is apaurushaya, superhuman. Before we go to that part. So Prabhupada here is talking about the history of when the Bhagavad Gita was spoken. Right? We all might think, oh, the Bhagavad Gita was spoken just 5,000 years ago. But Prabhupada is saying it's at least 2 million years that the mankind has known, but at least 120 million years ago at least when Krishna actually spoke this science to Vivashwan. And then we might say, oh, this is all faith. How can we believe that something was spoken such a long time back? Right? Everything that we know here in this material world, the basis of knowledge here is what? At least in the material world. What are we basing our knowledge on? Our senses, yeah, but it broadly science. Right? Science is the basic yardstick in which we actually believe what we want to believe in these times that we live in. Right? What do the scientists say about it? That's the basic question that all of us ask. But the problem with science is what we have discussed before, right? It is completely dependent on perception, right? The experiments that we do in science is very limited to our realm of perception, and anything that we cannot perceive, science is very difficult for science to actually go to that place of things that are beyond perception. This is what's happening with science, right? How did the universe come about? We're looking at a snapshot right now of how the universe is, right, at the times that we live in, and then we're trying to deduce to the beginning and say, hey, this is how it could have happened. This is how the entire origin of life could have happened and whatnot. Which is big faith, isn't it? The kind of faith that we must have to put to believe what science is asking us to believe, right? Because it's asking us to take a big leap of faith. Okay, in minor experiments, we actually see what science is trying to prove to us, right? Okay, this is fine. Within the realm of perception, science is giving us, okay, this I can do, this I can do, this I can do. And therefore, you should have to believe in this big leap that I'm asking you to believe in, which is very problematic, right? How many of us here have read Euclidean geometry? All of us have read it. Anybody who's actually done high school has actually read Euclidean geometry. And what is the basis of Euclidean geometry? Does anybody remember? The Euclidean geometry starts from a point, right? It's the basic unit is called a point. And what is the definition of a point? Does anybody know? A point doesn't have any dimension. Have we experienced anything before where something doesn't have any dimension? No. But still, the Euclidean geometry starts from a point. Many points put together start a line, right? And then from 2D we go to 3D and so on. The entire building that we have built here is based upon Euclidean geometry. The aircraft that we climb upon is based upon Euclidean geometry. But the beginning of all of Euclidean geometry is a point, and the definition of a point is that it doesn't have any dimension. Is that faith? So this argument that when we are talking about Bhagavad Gita, we have to believe it in faith is problematic, because so many things in this world that we do is based upon faith. How many of us here have gone to this country called, let me randomly pick, Azerbaijan? No? I have not been there. But yet we believe there is a country called Azerbaijan, isn't it? People are there. There is somebody who is living there. Why are we believing it based on faith? So this is very problematic. If we say that I'll only listen to it through my perception, only if I go and see it, I'll believe in it, is a very childish argument. So this is the history of Bhagavad Gita that has been recorded. This is not some random math that's being thrown at us. There is a very specific science to it. Like Prabhupada is saying, the time that we live in is called Kali Yuga. And the time that was before Kali Yuga was called Dwapara Yuga, which was twice the time of Kali Yuga. Before that was Treta Yuga. There is a very specific science to how these numbers are derived at. Right? And so Krishna is saying, I spoke this to Vivashwan. So that's how old this science is. And it's not that Bhagavad Gita was spoken only to Vivashwan. The very nature of Bhagavad Gita is that it is imperishable, which means it's eternal. It's always been there. Krishna is just giving one instance of when this Bhagavad Gita was actually spoken, apart from when he spoke to Arjuna. Right? All of us know this, that Krishna spoke to Arjuna. But there was another instance, Arjuna, where I spoke this science to Vivashwan. And Arjuna doesn't remember it. Right? How many of us remember it? I don't remember what I ate for breakfast day before yesterday. So this is the very nature of us and Bhagavan. Right? This verse starts with Bhagavan Vacha. Krishna is addressed here as Sri Bhagavan Vacha, which means he is, and Prabhupada translates it as the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. What does it mean? We have so many different people who call themselves God or Bhagavan. But this Bhagavan has a very specific definition to it. And Bhaga means opulence, and Van means one who possesses these opulence. That's who is called a Bhagavan. And what are these opulences? These are 6 in number that are very specific also. The opulence of wealth. Krishna is really wealthy. And the opulence of knowledge. Krishna is all-knowing. That is why Krishna is able to know everything that he spoke so many years back, but Arjuna is not able to know. Right? He has perfect knowledge. In this world, we might have somebody who is amazing, who has amazing knowledge, right? These are big scientists that we might say, but they are not as wealthy. The wealthiest man is who is Elon Musk now. But he's not the most knowledgeable person. Some would argue he's the most knowledgeable person. But Krishna is also most beautiful. When you see Elon Musk, you won't say he's really handsome. Hollywood actors were much more handsome than him, right? But those Hollywood actors are not so knowledgeable, are not so wealthy as Elon Musk. But Krishna possesses every one of these qualities. Krishna is all-powerful. He has incredible, infinite strength. We could go and have competitions for the world's strongest man, right? How many kilos of weight that we can pull and whatnot. But Krishna is so strong that he lifts Govardhan with his pinky finger, left hand. He doesn't even have to try, right? Krishna is incredibly powerful. And Krishna has so much fame, right? Everybody knows God in this world, in one way or the other, whether you might like him or whether you might not like him. The fame of God is all over the world. But people that I might know in America, people in some other part of the world might not know the famous people in America. Some people in America might not know the famous people in some other parts of the world and whatnot. And Krishna is so renounced, so renounced. This is another aspect. Although he has so much opulence, he's completely renounced. This is a big problem in this world, right? When people start getting these opulences, they start to lord over it more and more and more and more. It takes over them. The opulence actually takes over them, rather than them controlling that opulence. We see in terms of power, right? Especially in terms of power, when somebody is given incredible power, this power consumes them. And then we see these dictators that come about in this world every now and again, and what they can do with this power that they have, right? So this is the very specific qualification of when we call somebody Bhagavan. And such a person, since he is full of knowledge, can actually know the past, present, and future. We cannot know it because we undergo this phenomenon called death. That is what causes us forgetfulness, right? I might remember what all happened in this life for me, but there is no way for me to know what happened in the previous life. What causes us forgetfulness mainly is death. When we change our bodies, we actually forget. That's basically what's happening. But for Krishna, Krishna will say in this chapter that Jarma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanmam naiti mameti so Arjuna. That my appearance and my activities are transcendental, Arjuna, Krishna will say. That for Krishna, he doesn't have a body that's material. His entire being is spiritual in nature. So that is why Krishna is all-knowing. He can remember everything. And therefore, the knowledge that comes from Krishna is called apaurushaya. Paurusheya means something that comes from a person, right? That is perishable. Apaurushaya means some knowledge that's not coming from an ordinary person. That's coming from Bhagavan himself, right? Again, there are two types of knowledge itself. One is material knowledge and one is transcendental knowledge, right? What science teaches us at least is material knowledge. How can I build better houses? How can I have a good standard of living, better standard of living? And so many different things in terms of temporary ideas. But those knowledge is okay in some way. It helps us live a better life. But it is ultimately not good for us because it is temporary in nature and doesn't talk about the ultimate goal of life. Therefore, the Vedanta Sutra says, Athato Brahma Jignasa. Therefore, inquire about the Supreme, right? Brahman. Athato. Therefore, it says. It starts with Athato, therefore, which means we have tried to inquire about so many things, right? You've tried to inquire about how to put people in rockets to go to Mars. You've tried to inquire about how to make the best kinds of food preparations. You've tried to make inquiries about how to make the best kinds of buildings and air conditioning and whatnot to make your life so incredible. But still it has not really served any purpose because we still have so many miseries in this world. And therefore, the Vedanta Sutra advises, therefore, inquire about Brahman. Because that is what is the actual duty of a human being. And that is what this Bhagavad Gita is giving us, right? We'll finish off. It's the last part of the purport. Since the Vedic instructions are accepted as they are without human interpretation, the Gita must therefore be accepted without mundane interpretation. The mundane wranglers may speculate on the Gita in their own ways, but that is not Bhagavad Gita as it is. Therefore, Bhagavad Gita has to be accepted as it is from the disciplic succession. And it is described herein that the Lord spoke to the sun god spoke to his son Manu, and Manu spoke to his son Ikshvaku. So Prabhupada finishes with how we have to actually receive this knowledge, right? We can pick up this Bhagavad Gita. It is available for anybody, right? These 700 verses that's there in the Bhagavad Gita is available for anybody. And before 1965, when Prabhupada came to America and started writing his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, in the introduction he says there were so many hundreds of translations of Bhagavad Gita that were already available. So many translations of Bhagavad Gita were available. But they didn't produce one devotee. So many translations of Bhagavad Gita were there, but they couldn't produce one devotee of Lord Krishna. But just this one translation of Bhagavad Gita that Srila Prabhupada did produced so many devotees all across the world. All across the world. In every major town and city in the world, we have the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. We have devotees who are glorifying the Lord by practicing bhakti, by singing the names of the Lord, by speaking about the instructions of the Lord. Why? Why is that? So many hundreds and hundreds of translations of the Bhagavad Gita couldn't accomplish that, but one translation of Bhagavad Gita could accomplish it. Why? It is because it was presented as it is. Right? That is the title that Prabhupada gave to Bhagavad Gita, as it is. This is what Prabhupada writes here, right? The mundane wranglers may speculate on the Gita in their own ways. We can pick this translation, right? We can pick this Sanskrit, pick a Sanskrit dictionary and try to translate the Bhagavad Gita in our own ways. No, nobody can stop us from doing it, right? But are we going to get the essence of what Krishna is saying? We haven't seen that in practice at least. We have so many different kinds of translations of the Bhagavad Gita, but nobody talks about Krishna himself in that Bhagavad Gita. So many different, the entire Bhagavad Gita is spoken by Krishna, but then nobody speaks about Krishna in their Bhagavad Gita. They have their own interpretation of what Krishna says and Krishna means and whatnot. This is the problem. When we present Bhagavad Gita as it is, then it actually reaches the heart. It can actually transform our heart. And that's how so many devotees, just by reading 1 page, 2 pages, just by even getting this book, it actually transforms our heart. Because this is Krishna's message presented as it is. We're not tampering with that message. When the actual transcendental message is passed down as it is through disciplic succession, then that message has this potency to transform people's hearts. And that's what this Bhagavad Gita as it is does, right? This one book written by a 70-year-old man who came with no money at all to America, practically, was able to create a revolution in the world by transforming the lives of so many different people. That is the power of Bhagavad Gita when presented as it is. If we try to tamper with this, then for our own means, whatever we want to achieve using Bhagavad Gita, then it actually misguides people. It becomes very problematic. We'll actually see that in this chapter on how and who can actually give this knowledge. And the introduction of which is this verse, where Krishna is saying it has to be received through disciplic succession. If you look at this Bhagavad Gita, how many of you have the Bhagavad Gita with you? The Bhagavad Gita as it is with you. Yeah. If you don't have it, I would highly recommend getting you this. But for those who have it, at the end of the introduction, if you see, there is actually a disciplic succession that's given. So our Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness is Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada comes in the disciplic succession of Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. We can actually trace back our entire lineage to Krishna. So our lineage starts from Krishna, who spoke this science to Brahma, who spoke this science to Narada, who spoke this science to Vyasa, who spoke this science to Madhva. And like this comes to Madhavendra Puri, Ishwara Puri, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna himself, who appeared 500 years ago in West Bengal. And then his disciples, the chief of whom is Srila Rupa Goswami, and so on. And then it comes down to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who was Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master, and Srila Prabhupada, and now we have disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and so on. This is how the message has to be transmitted. But this is the material world, right? The message gets lost. That is why Krishna is giving the message again to Arjuna after 5,000 years, right? Right now the Bhagavad Gita is intact. If you can go to any place in the world, these 700 verses will not change. Whereas the Mahabharata has so many changes. If you go to different parts of the world, the Mahabharata has so many different changes. But the Bhagavad Gita still has not changed so much. But over years, Krishna says this Bhagavad Gita is bound to perish. But Krishna takes this responsibility of coming every single time when this message is lost to give this message. Why? Because we're very dear to Krishna. That is why Krishna is coming every single time and giving us this message and saying, hey, this is not the place for you to be. You're trying to think that this is your home, but this is not your home. Our home is there in the spiritual world. Come back to the spiritual world. And how to come back to the spiritual world is given in this Gita. This is a manual. This is not it's not a sectarian knowledge. This is for all of mankind, right? He spoke to Manu. Manu is the father of all of mankind. So it is for all of us to take and utilize this knowledge to make our lives successful. So we'll stop here, and if there are any questions or comments, you can take it. All of you are convinced about the supremacy of knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita. Okay, thank you all for coming to our temple, and the darshan should open any time now, in a few minutes, and then the darshan will be open till about 8:40, 8:45. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Bhaktavrind ki jai.
Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavansam श्रीरूपं चाप्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare संसार दावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकम्पासुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थं हरिभक्तसंघान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सर्वान्नतीर्थं हरिभक्तसंघान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः निकुञ्ज जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया कुंजो नारति कैली सिद्धई जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादति बलवशं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोका प्राणायकान्न घनाघनतं सप्तकल्लन गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोका प्राणायकान्न घनाघनत्यं सप्तशकल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोका प्राणायकान्न घनाघनत्यं सप्तशकल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललितलोका प्राणायकान्न घनाघनतं सप्तशकल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरसी चरणरविन्दं 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 Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Adaye Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Adaye Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Adaye Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopina Madhusudana Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Mohana Adaye Rama Krishna Adaye Rama Krishna Jadavaya Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Adaye Ani Adaye Namah Krishna Jadavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Adaye Namah Krishna Gopala Govinda Rama Gopala Govinda जहाँ हईते बिगड़ना ओ विश्वम इच्छाएगा कई करी चरण बंदन जहाँ हईते बिगड़ना ओ विश्वम तदेव चारण सेवी भक्त सुनेवा तदेव चारण सेवी भक्त सुनेवा जनम जनम say jabe brade kaila ba ichhe ko san jabe brade kaila ba radha Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kalila Prabha Jai God Abhi Brate Nama Brate Nama Radha Krishna Leela Kalila Prabha Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Maja Yamam Anande Bala Hari Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Jayamam Ananda Lahari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Jayamam Chand Bale Jag Jag Gora Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Sachira ko bole Gir jag Kata nidra Jao tumi Sachira kole Gir jag Chand Bale Gir jag Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Maya Sachira খোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া সাথে খোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে দিন জাগ 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 রাচাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া প্রীত চির কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিছাচির বলে জাগ 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 গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ ছড়াবিত অরে বলিব বলিয়ালে তুষার হরে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিসাচি কোলে ভুলিয়ার দিলে তুমি মায়া পিসাচি কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিসাচির কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও মায়া পিসাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে এনেছি bar lagi mere ki aushadhi maya nachiban lagi hari nama mahamantra raho tumi magi mere ki aushadhi maya nachiban lagi Nashiban lagi Hari Namah Mahamantra Lahatu Magi Hari Namah Mahamantra Lahatu Magi Aushadhi maya nashiban magi hari nama mahamantra magi bhakti vinada prabhu charan padiya bhakti vinada prabhu charan padiya hari namo mahamantra lagi namiya bhakti vinada prabhu charan padiya hari namo mahamantra नम गाए गरजन मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम राम हरे हरे वैष्णव गाए हरे वैष्णव गाए मधु हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम